Do you want me to call it to order, or do you want to?
Yeah, you want me to start?
Do you want to call it to order since he's not here? Or do you
Yeah.
feel comfortable? Okay.
Okay.
Just.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Good afternoon. This is the special meeting of City of Cape May Council on Monday, November 17th. It is now 3:35 PM. Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Under the Open Public Meetings Law, notice of this meeting was sent to the Cape May County Herald and the Press of Atlantic City, and a copy of the agenda was delivered to each member of City Council, posted on the city website and the City Hall Bulletin Board. Notice is hereby provided that City Council meetings are audio recorded and/or video streamed live. Live video streams are posted to the Cape May City website. City of Cape May is not responsible if audio recording or live video of a streaming of a meeting is unavailable. Roll call. Councilmember Baldwin.
Here.
Councilmember Bodnar.
Here.
Deputy Mayor McDade.
Here.
Councilmember Meyer.
Here.
Mayor Mullock will be arriving shortly. City Solicitor Gillen Schwartz.
Here.
City Manager Dietrich.
Here.
Deputy Manager Riggs.
Here.
We have one resolution for the special meeting agenda. It's 320-11, 2025, a resolution providing for a meeting not open to the public in accordance with the provisions of the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10:4-12. This is a discussion and presentations on risk management consultant, RFP number 25-14, and discussions on health care benefits. If we have a motion to adopt the resolution.
Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak at this time? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment.
Okay. Do we have a motion to adopt the resolution?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Deputy Mayor seconds. Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade?
Yes.
Councilmember Bodnar?
Yes.
Councilmember Baldwin?
Yes.
All right, no public, so time into closed session is 3:35.
All right, good evening, everyone. We are coming out of a closed session in which we have to close. Before we do that, we are adding something to the agenda. Is that correct, Mr. Solicitor?
I think the clerk has that.
We do. There will be a resolution added to the agenda relating to health care benefits that we will discuss further in the regular meeting, Council.
Okay, that's great. Do I have a motion to close, please?
I'll make the,
Do I
I'll
have
make that motion.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye? All right. With that, we will open up our regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Cape May. We are here in the Cape May City Hall Auditorium. Today is Monday, November 17th, 2025. The time is now, what time is it? Sorry.
It's right in front of you.
5:44. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Under the Open Public Meetings Law, notice of this meeting was sent to the Cape May County Herald and the Press of Atlantic City, and a copy of the agenda was delivered to each member of City Council, posted on the city website and City Hall Bulletin Board. Notice is hereby provided that Cape May City Council meetings are audio recorded and/or video streamed live. Live video streams are posted to the Cape May City website. The City of Cape May is not responsible if audio recording or live video streaming of a meeting is unavailable. Roll call. Councilmember Baldwin?
Here.
Councilmember Bodnar?
Here.
Deputy Mayor McDade?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Mayor Mullick?
Here.
City Solicitor Gillen Schwartz?
Here.
City Manager Dietrich?
Here.
Deputy Manager Riggs?
Here.
And Council, we do have one addition to the agenda. It's Resolution 327-11, 2025, a resolution authorizing group enrollment for all active employees and eligible pre-65 city retirees into the AmeriHealth 15 Group Health Insurance Plan and Prescription Drug Coverage Plan, to be added to the regular agenda, Council.
Do I have a motion?
Motion?
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade?
Yes.
Councilmember Bodnar?
Yes.
Councilmember Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
And I believe we are moving past Employee of the Month tonight. Unfortunately, the employee was not able to make it. Logan Walter from the construction office.
Yes, she was missed, or they canceled her flight back into town, so she's not back in town.
She's not here.
Stuck in places unknown at this point.
Well, congratulations, Logan. Thank you very much, and maybe we'll catch you next time.
Well deserved.
Well deserved. Updates on old business, City Manager?
Thank you. Turn it off. Thank you. First I had was, if you're hanging around the firehouse, maybe around late afternoon, 3:30 time, you may see the new ladder truck strolling through town and arriving at the firehouse. So they don't have an exact time, but that was around the time that I was given that the truck would be showing up at the fire station.
On Friday?
Friday, 3:30. The police headquarters building, we obviously had the groundbreaking last week. They'll continue to do a little site clearing next week on Monday and Tuesday, and they'll start, and they're anticipating starting the driving of the piles, not driving, but augering in the piles the first week in December, so the following week after Thanksgiving. So from there on, it'll be probably a consistent operation out there throughout the wintertime. And then the last thing I had, I'm going to actually pass over to Deputy Manager Riggs, that we had some good news from the League of Municipalities.
Thank you, Manager Dietrich. Yeah, so I guess about a week ago, we received communication from the president of the League of Municipalities. So at the conference on Wednesday, we're going to be given the award, the 2025 Innovation and Governance Award. As you recall, the city has tried to partner with a bunch of private parking lots, starting with the Cape Baptist Church parking lot, and we tried to engage with more to get Park Mobile and identify more parking spaces for the public. As we know, it can be a challenge here in Cape May, so we're trying to find creative solutions. So with that, they have recognized our efforts with the 2025 Innovation and Governance Award, which is only 2 in the entire state that will be given that award, and that's on Wednesday, Mayor.
That's great. Good work, Justin. You really, I mean, everyone involved with that did such a great job, but thank you. That's awesome. Okay, do we have any updates from the city solicitor?
We have a couple ordinances on tonight, and there's some proposed amendments in the packet for council's consideration. One potential update that was not included in there, and I'll be prepared to discuss it when we get to it, is the e-bike ordinance, Ordinance 582. We had some public comment last meeting about the definition section, so I have some potential language for council to consider to make sure that we confirm the intent of that.
Great. Okay, any updates or old business, city council? Okay, moving on to mayoral appointments. I'm honored to select someone for the Historic Preservation Commission. And in this case, actually, this person, Judy Decker, who previously worked for the city, has been around Cape May forever, but is really passionate about historic preservation. But for her to be put onto the boards, a couple of the different classes within the board had to change. And I want to thank Kevin Hammerin for his willingness to change positions to alternate one, and Judy would come in at Class B member. So Judy, thank you very much, and welcome back to the Historic Preservation Board. With that, we can move on to presentations. We have a presentation from de Blasio and Associates on lead service line replacement. Mark, if you want to come on up and take it away.
So Andy, can I get you here on my right hand side of the computer? Do you guys switch up, ready? You got black. And I'll grab, you got it. Wear black. What if I grab the computer? Okay.
Mark, I'm going to throw you a curveball while you're getting started. Could you give us a quick update on the road projects that we currently have going on? Do you mind? And no, I didn't tell you I'd ask you that,
So
but
you're talking about the current New Jersey iBank project?
Mark,
done by
Yeah.
Furiazi?
much closer for me,
Okay.
please.
You're talking about the current iBank project done by Furiazi?
yep.
So it's a good thing we have our construction manager here to help with that answer, but so far, so good. What you will see, and we've been talking to Mr. Dietrich about this, is that there is some grant money left over in that original allocation that we're going to be coming forward with to City Council for consideration to add some more streets to that project. It will come with a time extension, but we're pleased so far with the results and how the contractor is proceeding, and we'll talk about this a little bit tonight. A lot of those streets that were selected due to the fact that there are some lead service line issues that we're remediating as we go. Cody, is there anything more specific that I missed?
Sure. Yeah, I don't have the blocks off the top of my head, but the contractors completed the sanitary sewer and the water main replacements on about 6 blocks or so far. They're continuing on, doing services, and then they're going to move on to the next blocks. They've also brought in a separate concrete crew, and they're working on, I think they have 2 or 3 blocks done so far of concrete. So they're moving along well.
Mark, that was how much in iBank funding?
That was, well, it was, I think your contractual award was about $6 million, and you had $7 million in what they call principal forgiveness, which was grants. That's why you have that delta of about maybe $1 million. So we're looking to add to that to keep doing some more improvements.
But I mean, for the citizens of Cape May to understand that, that's $6 million worth of work being done through loan forgiveness. It's
Yeah, that's
pretty
not-
incredible.
Not too shabby.
No.
Yeah.
And so thank you, first off, for your work on that grant, and now the continued work as we move along, which I know will be done well before Memorial Day. Take it away.
So I think we fouled the curveball off, right?
Yeah.
So So first of all, we'd like to thank the city for the opportunity to work on this very important project, and we're excited to share our information with you tonight. So why are we here talking about lead service line and particularly the city's initiative? So the U.S. EPA's lead and copper rule, also known as LCR, is part of the Safe Drinking Water Act and is codified in 40 CFR Part 141, Subpart 1, which was first issued in 1991. The lead and copper rule revisions, also known as the LCRR, was published in January of 21 and introduced a major new development for every public water system or requirement that they maintain all service line materials connected to the distribution main. Specifically, the systems must identify each service line as either lead, galvanized, non-lead, or unknown.
Mark, I'm
Mark, can
sorry,
I ask you something? This is
Bring it closer.
totally off, not totally off topic, but I never read that. I never read it as the lead and copper rule, because I know we're looking for lead and galvanized pipe,
Correct.
but what's the copper issue in that?
That's how the law was struck.
Okay.
How they annotate that in the statutes.
Okay.
Yep.
But copper
We want to
is
find
what we
copper.
want, right?
We want to find copper,
Right,
yes.
okay, okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so subsequent to that, the DEP made changes to their Title 59 Water and Water Supply statutes annotated in 2021. The passing of that law required that all community water systems replace their lead service lines by July of 2031. Systems are required to replace the entire LSL, that's our abbreviation for lead service line, and additionally, the water systems were required to maintain an LSL inventory, which is essentially a spreadsheet or list that your water department maintains and submits to the DEP each year. So what is a lead service line? So some of this is obvious. The picture to your left shows a typical water service connected to your water main, running underneath the roadway to a water meter pit, which is usually located behind the curb, mostly between the curb and the sidewalk, or sometimes behind the sidewalk. Lead service lines are a source of lead in drinking water in residential homes. A lead service line is a service line made of lead or service lead connected to a lead pigtail, lead gooseneck, or other lead fittings. So if you had a copper line that had a lead gooseneck or a fitting on it, it's considered to be lead and has to be removed. In addition to that, New Jersey took it a step further and identified galvanized steel service lines the same as lead. So if it's galvanized, it's considered to be lead. If it's lead, it's lead. If it's a component that's lead, it's lead. This photograph shows you 4 photos of commonly identified materials in the ground. Of course, the first one on the top left is a copper line. We've all seen copper, what that looks like. To the right of that is a galvanized line. That's gray or silver, and a magnet would stick to that. Bottom left is plastic. We've all seen that. Most of us who have seen some plumbing or go to Home Depot, you'll see PEX systems, so you know what a plastic line would look like. And then lead itself, which I haven't seen many of these in my lifetime, gray or silver, shiny when scratched, and the magnet does not stick to it. So the city's lead service line replacement program, we've kind of sectionalized that into 4 different initiatives. You have the first one is a planning initiative. The second one is the public outreach. The third one is the field investigation. And the fourth is the eventual engineering and design to remove the lead and galvanized services from your system. So under planning, as you may recall, last month, the city authorized our firm to facilitate the planning, public outreach, field investigation, and engineering services for the city's lead service line program. As a side note, we'll be working with the DEP to file what's called technical assistance, which is a grant to the DEP to basically pay for our services. So hopefully this initiative will all be done at no cost to the city of Cape May, and we're in the process of formalizing that grant application. So planning. So shortly after we were contracted by the city, we were given the lead service line, which is that inventory maintained by your water department, had 4,124 total water counts on it. 30 of them were identified as lead and galvanized, and I'll talk about how we're dealing with that. 870 were non-lead, which means good services or compliant, and there were 3,224 unknown services. The 30 lead galvanized services that are on a map that you will see are actually all being replaced as part of the iBank project that the mayor spoke or asked me for an update on, and the next iBank round of projects. So hopefully, when it's all said and done, the known lead will be totally removed, and that's all being done with grant money. So after we received that list, we've been fortunate enough to work for you guys for the last 5 to 6 years on your road programs. And as part of that process, our field inspectors kept very detailed notes when they were replacing water services that identified behind the meter what was being connected to, and basically scrubbing those inspection reports, and also looking for redundancy in the city's water line inventory for non-potable. We were able to remove 1,000 accounts off of the unknown services list. This map is a GIS map that shows the current state of where we are after we scrubbed your list. We're calling this the day one ground zero list that is going to change when we get into the next couple initiatives. The red is galvanized or lead lines, green is good, and yellow is unknown. So really our mandate here is to determine what all those yellows are, put them in the proper basket, and then attack them accordingly. At this point, I'm going to turn this over to Andy from our firm, who is our lead service line public outreach expert.
I don't know about that, Mark, but I appreciate the introduction. My name is Andrew McTagg, working for Mark. We're going to be handling a lot of the public outreach as a part of this. Big part of that is going to be sending mailers to all residents that have a service line that is either unknown status or lead status. That mailer, I included a little snippet of it, but it's also can be found on the city's website right now. That will have all the information basically presented tonight on what is a lead service line. If they have any questions, it directs them to contact us. Also, if they want to self-report their service line material, I'll get into that later. But also, we're going to be leaving door hangers when we go to the actual residence to replace the service line material. So this is a QR code on the mailers that I just mentioned. You can scan that, and it will take you to a self-reporting document through Survey 123, which is a GIS product. So as people get the mailer, or if we direct them to the city's website where this link has been posted, they'll be able to directly just follow the instructions and upload a picture of their service line material, answer a few small questions, and then that record will go to us, and then we can use that to update the city's lead service line inventory.
So just to add to what Andy's saying, the purpose of self-reporting would be if you knew, for example, that you did have your line replaced by a plumber, and you knew that it was not lead, not galvanized, that it was copper or plastic, and you knew that for a fact, you could take a photograph of the pipe coming into your crawl space or basement. If you had any type of documentation that helps us help the city identify the line, then the DEP accepts that. So if somebody says, you know, I replaced that line, we take that documentation, we upload that into the GIS system, we go to the list, and we actually change that from unknown to non-lead, which means it's in a good status. So as much information as we can get from self-reporting and people giving us feedback, the DEP accepts that type of documentation to update your list.
So for many areas that have crawl spaces, they could just get that picture and upload it.
They could do that, or
Right.
we'll get into how we can do that too. Yeah.
I'll get my plumber to do it.
Yeah. So that takes us into the field investigation portion of our lead service line replacement plan. We will have field staff going door to door in the city of Cape May with the goal of inspecting residents' water service line material. They're going to be wearing name tags. They'll be with city water department personnel wearing high visibility vests. We don't want people to kind of be unaware of what's going on, so that's why this public outreach is so important. So when people come knocking on their door and saying, hey, can I crawl around your crawl space, they're not completely caught off guard and they're properly identified.
Will you have a schedule of where these field reps will be by week, by day? For example, in the east end of town or west, there's certain areas where some of us could notify a broad cadre of,
So we're going to
Homeowners.
try to do that because
Okay.
part of the notification process may be that person X doesn't live here full-time and I'm
Yeah.
going to be here on this certain time, so we're going to have to react to that to try to accommodate.
okay, understood. In Village Green, I can notify about 200 households if I know when you're coming there, many of which are not full-time residents, so we can at least alert people that you'll be coming, and many of those homes have crawl spaces, so they don't have to be present.
We have your number. We're going to call you.
Okay.
Yep, definitely reaching out to you.
Yeah, so typically, a water service will enter in a crawl space, but in the small chance that there's a basement in Cape May, it could be in there, or like a utility closet for a motel or a business. So our inspection will be quick. It's just finding where the service line enters into the building and taking a photograph of that. They may, our field staff may also put a magnet on it if it is galvanized, just to further evidence that it is indeed galvanized. It should about take 15 minutes. Your water will not be shut off, and it is completely free. So the city residents will not have to pay for this service. And as we mentioned before, if you would like to keep city personnel out of your crawl space, you can report the service line material at that QR code or on the city's website. So once we have identified all of those yellow dots that were on that GIS map, and we know what the service line materials are, we know where the lead and galvanized are, the goal is to replace all of those lead and galvanized services. So that's when we will begin drafting construction documents for the replacement of all the lead and galvanized services in phases. And that will be paid for with a grant by the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank. So just like this road program is paying for the water and sewer utility updates, they have a specific lead service line replacement pot of money that the city can utilize.
So just to be clear, this grant will cover replacing those service lines?
Correct.
And is that all the way into the house?
So, right, so just to clarify, the technical assistance portion of the grant will pay for our services to do the investigation and prepare bid documents. The next step would be applying for construction funds, but yes, that would include going from the meter pit into, I believe we have to go to the first shut-off inside the house in the crawl space.
But
Yes.
I mean, so people understand that clearly. That could be a $5,000 job for some people,
Oh, even more.
or more. I mean, so please cooperate with these folks, because if you do have lead, or frankly, more likely galvanized, we know there are a good amount of older houses in Cape May that may have galvanized. You could be looking at a free replacement, which, as I was just corrected, is probably significantly more than a $5,000 cost if you were to do it yourself.
And we know that there's going to be challenges with that because that service line could run underneath your favorite brick pavers, through your favorite bushes and lawn. So it's there's coordination that needs to be done there.
Is there a pot of money, or do you
Yeah, so
go until it runs out? It's not.
So the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank does have money, and it revolves every year. So as quickly as we can navigate this and get in line, we can hit what's called fiscal year 26 funds and try to get out a contract, call it phase one, or however much you want to be able to digest based on how much money they're giving you, and just get right back in line after June, end of June of next year. But at least at that point, we'll have all the data, we know what we have to hit. Okay. Anything else on here, Andy? Okay, so some good news as a side note to all of this. We've been through some trials and tribulations in a couple local communities where, you do your investigation, and you see, say, in a crawl space, a certain material, but that doesn't speak to, well, maybe somewhere outside the building, a plumber made a repair, and you're thinking that the entire line is one material, but there's spot repairs of other materials involved, and nothing's really fail-proof unless you dug up the entire line. So one of the technologies that we've been looking at which is considered another. So just to bore you for a second, the way the DEP allows you to update your lead service line is they have self-reporting, they allow for predictive modeling, they allow for things like we had records of inspection records, field investigation. They have this column called Other, which is for emerging technologies. So we're working with a company that actually does what's called electrical resistance technology, where they can go into the service line from the meter and run basically the line up through the service all the way into the house. And based on small voltaic pulses, it corroborates or translates back to a material. So if there is a change in material, say 10 feet behind the meter pit, and it goes from plastic to, say, galvanized, it would pick up on that, and then we know, guess what, we're going to spend the money and time to dig that up and replace it, as opposed to you're guessing and you're spending dollars digging up services potentially with no reward, and you've paid for that. So it's a way to streamline and make things more efficient. We are partnering with the NJDEP on this and this company, which would put Cape May City on the map, as well as everybody involved in the program. We were on the phone with the DEP. We're in a preliminary conversation. We need to wrap that up with details, how that would proceed, which I think it would basically be for 40 services inside the city as a research and development project. Those lines would be, lack of a better term, scoped. The persons who would allow themselves to be part of that, I'm sure we all know a lot of people here in town who might volunteer to do that. We would test your water, or actually the DEP would bring in a third-party testing company, test your water before the scoping, have the scoping completed, have your water tested afterwards to make sure that if anything was dislodged, that it was okay. And they're going to basically take that data and see if that's a technology that everybody in the state could benefit from. I think that's a pretty neat thing for us and for the city, and hopefully we'll be helping our sister communities in the future to make an onerous, very costly initiative a little less expensive. So our timeline. I guess tonight starts public notification, right? We're throwing it out there. Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, on the city's website, on the water department, I believe, a PDF of this presentation, the notice, and the self-reporting forms, and all that other information is currently there?
Correct. Under the city's water and sewer department, there's like a sub-tab that was already there as a requirement by the NJDEP for lead service line information. So we've worked with Rob and updated that accordingly.
So we'll also be working, I guess, with Paul. We'll talk about how we can get notices out in the mail if we're going to have that ride-on with another official city mailing, or if we do that separately. But our timeline is we'd like to start field investigations now. We'd like to take that through at least into the spring and get you a good batch of data so that we could get in line for that first round of iBank money for construction. And basically, we see this as a 2-year initiative trying to wrap this all up by the spring of '28. So we're hopeful that a lot of the yellow turns to green, and you're in pretty good shape. I will say that I think strategically you've done a very good job attacking the roadways that had lead on them. So as we're doing the roads, as we're taking grant money from the iBank to make road improvements, you were actually knocking out lead and galvanized lines. So that was a good strategic move by the city. That's the conclusion of our presentation. We have resources that are on our PDF, which is hung on the city's website. We have a dedicated email that comes to our firm. If anybody has any questions or wants to do self-reporting, it'll come right to our lslr@deblasio.com email, and we're off to the races.
Mark, I just have a couple of questions. You just mentioned that if your street had work on it, that you may not have lead. I'm just trying to clarify that statement.
So on the city side
Yeah,
of...
it's been taken out.
It's
Right.
been taken out on those road projects, and also our inspector was able to identify on what we call the property side what they connected to.
Okay, all right.
So if it was observed that was galvanized or lead, that's on the list. There's no
It's on the
debating that,
list,
right?
okay.
If it was known to be copper or plastic,
Yeah,
that would be enough in terms of the eyes of the DEP that you did a field investigation and you could take that property off based on that. What we intend to do, and we had discussed this with Paul, is we're really trying to move you guys towards a really good GIS system. And we believe that, like most things, the DEP will have a higher burden, a level of burden of reporting and record keeping. So as we go through each one of those yellow dots, if we get a self-reporting form, if we get our inspector found another inspection report, or we did a field investigation, we're going to tag that data to that point so that the city could always refer back to that dot was yellow, but it turned green, and here's why. And if the DEP ever asked for that, why did your lead service line change from 2,000 to 1,000? Were you getting hokey with us? No, we're going to have all that documentation to show you how we did that.
And the initial assessment is non-intrusive, either through the crawl space or through this other means that you're developing?
Correct.
But the actual work, will it involve digging up someone's front lawn? You mentioned, I'm just for the public's
So when we get to
consumption.
that point, let's say someone has identified as galvanized or lead service line, there has to be a process. We would probably confer with the solicitor. We'd have to get access. There's agreements that we need to sign.
Okay.
So everybody's on the same page, so that if your favorite bush is going to be taken out, everybody knows. So yeah, no one's just going to show up and start digging on your property. We're very
But
sensitive
it does
to that.
involve digging, is my point.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right. So it's not, it's intrusive.
So we want a lot of yellow to go green, we hope.
Okay, all right.
But it's not necessarily, they don't necessarily have to dig a single trench from the water meter to the house. They, depending on what's in your yard, they may be able to dig a hole at the meter, dig a hole out where it's going to go into your house,
Yep.
and then mole it
Okay,
underground.
right. That's
But-
good
but- But it
clarification.
really depends on,
Right.
and that's a lot dependent on what other utilities are in the area next to it, and that'll be part of the field investigation and figuring out what else is around there that would be potentially in the way for them to put that water line in.
Understood.
And they will have to get into a crawl space or a basement to get to the first valve, I guess, or first fitting. Spirited conversations with the DEP about what happens behind that valve if their rules say whatever's behind the valve is behind the valve. But we have to take it to the first valve or fitting inside the crawl space.
And you say that, and behind the valve, as in like what's in the house?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Mark, what year would a house be built that's generally doesn't have lead or,
I think those materials were stopped being used in early 80s. I mean, Yeah.
86 is usually the date that they use, because there was always some carryover of people that might have used it. I mean, in this area, probably it could be earlier than that, but the regulations are written such that I think 86 is the
Yeah, I
known
think
date, that if
So there
your,
might-
if your house was built in 1990, that's certified as,
So the only issue you get into is, let's say it's after that date and a plumber had to make a spot repair and they ran to Swains and they grabbed a piece of galvanized and they hunkered it on there, right? You're going to probably have situations like that.
A quick question for you. If you're doing the field verification with these streets that you were talking about, and you verified that there was not lead or galvanized, would you still scope that if it was something that was questionable? Or is
Well,
that,
it's so,
is that in the clear?
so if it's clearly identified as part of the field investigation, which is one of the
Right.
DEP accepted methods, and we have a clear documentation of that, that's good enough in their eyes to have that removed from your list as an unknown as a non-lead.
Because you're talking about from the street to the house. So if there were repairs that were made, you're not going to know that.
You wouldn't know that until an emerging technology like we're speaking of would actually be able to go in there and identify that. So yes, we're actually in the midst of a very large lead service line replacement where we're seeing things kind of all over the place. And
Okay.
that's why Cody's hair is starting to gray a little bit.
Okay.
I would just, again, say to the public, this is such a important study, and to please, work with these folks, because not only are they showing you the health of the water that you have coming into your house, we're potentially providing a solution to fix any of those deficiencies in the future. So it's definitely a good thing for the citizens of Cape May.
And we'll definitely be looking for those 40 volunteers once we can get the particulars put together on that technology. and try to get that data up to the state, and hopefully they can put another tool in the toolkit to help everybody.
It's great.
Just one more quick thing, Mayor. I think it was our city engineer, in conjunction with de Blasio, saved the city going through the DEP and then picking up this. We passed a resolution, I forget how much it was, like $800 and some $1,000.
Correct.
Saved the city even that much more money. So thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Gotcha.
Great job, guys. Thank you very much.
And actually, if I could just add one thing. So the flyer that Mark talked about will most likely be going out in the next quarter's water bills. So that's what we're anticipating doing, is putting that as an insert in your next water bill that is sent out.
But if anybody hears this hearing tonight or by word of mouth with all the contacts and people of influence that we have, if they would like to get a jump start on having their house field investigated, they could certainly reach out to us, and we can do that prior to the mailer going out. We would really like to get a jump on this.
That's great.
So like Maureen, we'll probably get that PDF over to you, and you can shoot that out to the Village Green Association and get that word out to those folks earlier.
Yeah, anything we can do before that mailer goes out would be great.
If we have it on the city website as well, if we could go through
It's already-
our social media as well to just inform the public so they can
Yep.
look at it and get moving on it there too.
So after
Yeah.
this meeting tonight, I already have people on the list. I'm going to be phone calling personally to say, hey, we're coming in your house, that I know.
Perfect.
So,
All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Okay. With that, we have a recycling update from our Superintendent of Public Works, Eric Brzezinski. Eric, if you want to come join us.
And he's promised to keep it about the same length that Mark's presentation was, I think.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
So just giving a quick update. First and foremost, I want to thank council, mayor, manager, solicitor, and most importantly, Frank and code enforcement with dealing with the recycle update. So as you know, we put in effect in May for a new ordinance putting a city limit for recycling. We only had a couple issues, which I was shocked. Couple businesses around town putting too much out. Come to find out, it's multiple businesses putting them together. So once we separated it all out, it kind of worked itself out. We had 3 businesses total throughout the whole town that kept being over limit. So we worked with them. There was no fines issued out to anybody. We are still picking everybody up. So it's kind of whatever over the city limit we were, they are outsourcing the rest of the recycling. With that being said, we collected roughly 80 ton less of single stream recycling this year than we did last year.
And that was through the end of August.
That was through the end of August. And additional to that, we had the two trucks only went out for I guess relief 3 times this summer versus 12 times last year. So, I mean, other than that, that's all I have to report.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So obviously you think it was a success, but did you see any issues with it moving forward that you
No.
feel need to be corrected?
I don't think so.
Okay.
What kind of feedback did you have from your staff that are actually picking it up?
Great. I mean, we're picking up less, 80 ton. I mean, think about it. 80 tons a lot.
And I guess also was there good feedback with regard to how the materials were put out on the street side?
Yes.
With regard to the cardboard and all of that?
Yes, everything was bundled up, nice, tied.
Yeah, okay.
Like I said, there's not really much blowing around.
Well, that's probably good, too.
Yeah,
Right.
so.
Yeah.
And you said in your report that there were no violations or fines?
None.
Well, so let me, although just going to add to that. So we had a lot of notices sent out. So, Eric and his team tracked on a weekly basis if there were issues, and if somebody was overweight, they would get a notice. And they kind of went through a 3-step notice part, and then if after a third notice, that's when they would have gotten a ticket. Everybody came into compliance within that 3-notice step. And what I think is really good, when we had so much of this of a change, I only got about 3 calls from business owners to really come out and meet with them. So I would go out with Eric and the business owner and meet with them and kind of go over why we're doing this. And I felt pretty positive with the interactions that a lot of the businesses understood what we were trying to accomplish, and we're very accommodating and working with the Public Works Department and coming into compliance. So I feel that the program was a very good success, considering that kind of outreach and input we had from our businesses.
I had a chance over the course of the summer to deal exactly with that situation where there was outreach from someone who was concerned about whether they were going to get, whether they were in violation of the ordinance or not. And I could tell you, first off, going through that process, dealing with Eric and the staff, I mean, I thought I was impressed by the fact of the detailed records that you kept, which you showed me reflecting this, this particular organization and others. So, I mean, you went into this with not just an idea, but with a plan, and you followed through on that. The other aspect of it was just as the city manager said, I know in this issue, there was discussion all the way through. You were in contact, you spoke with, with those individuals, and the bottom line is it all worked out. So I believe that they came into compliance, but also they were satisfied as well with the communication that came from the city, as well as working with Public Works. So I really appreciate, putting that into action, knowing what we wanted to have done, what the city wanted to have done, knowing that there could be, look, when you're changing, asking people to change behavior, change how they do work, sometimes there can be a response to that, and you're going to be the first one to see it and to feel it and hear it, and just how your staff responded in kind. So I thought that was very...
I commend you and Frank, because this was a huge undertaking, and you guys were out on the front line. So I commend you because, we know that this seemed to be a very difficult and challenging issue, and you guys just executed very professionally and dealt with everyone in a very professional manner and a very responsive manner. And I think that you were in large part, your involvement, the both of you, were the reason why it was successful. But thank your staff, because I know that they put up with a lot before this, and that was the reason, one of the primary reasons for us, executing on the change.
So, like I said, we came to, I guess we started this, 2 years almost? So, it's, we weren't against picking up the recycling. We had an ordinance that said we weren't picking up commercial recycling. So again, we're here for our businesses and our community to provide a service.
Right. And we found
So,
a compromise, and you
yes.
executed.
So again, I believe this ordinance went into effect, I think, May 13th, to be exact, not counting. Everybody in the whole town was in compliance before July 4th. So I think it was a big change, but I think it was a change for the good. So, but again, thank you guys with everything, and I know the staff thanks you too.
Eric, can I ask you just one follow-up question?
Sure.
You mentioned that there were roughly 80 tons less were picked up over the course of the year so far. Did you notice any change as far as more at the recycling center? Was there more activity there?
Oh, there was definitely more activity at the recycle center.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you're seeing more
Using it-
drop-offs?
yeah, again, we opened up the recycle center 7 days a week before we kind of put this into effect to help support the community. And a lot of the businesses and homeowners were bringing it themselves.
Well, and I
the
think
yard.
also there's some places in town where, people are only weekenders. And so, and I used to be one of these. I would just go to the center on Saturday morning and take what I had there. And so rather than having things sitting out on the street all week and blowing all over the place, and, they just adapted their schedule to doing that, and, just kept it for a couple weeks longer and took it over themselves in a bucket. So, no harm, no foul.
And credit to the public for working with this ordinance and responding in kind and realizing it's open. There are extended hours over there, and people are
Using it.
utilizing it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, anything else?
That's great, great work.
Do you have the tonnage additional that's being picked up at the yard now?
I can get that for you.
Yeah, if you could just send an email. I'm just curious to see,
Yeah.
where we are as far as the difference.
I could.
Okay.
No problem.
Thank you.
You're
Thanks,
welcome.
Eric.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. Okay, with that, we're on to ordinances for second reading and consideration for adoption.
Yes. First, we have 580-2025, an ordinance to update the uniform salary and classification plan for the Department of Personnel positions in the city of Cape May, with a public hearing tonight, council.
Is anyone here wishing to speak on ordinance 580? Anyone here for ordinance 580? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any questions or comments, council? Roll call?
Some questions, some comments.
So there is a amended version of this in council's packet,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and that was also, I believe, in the public packet as well.
So there were two amended versions. One was sent out this afternoon that the public has not seen yet, but that is meant to replace the previous amended version that was in council's packets.
Okay.
So,
For like ease of discussion, if there is, since the original amended version is already available, maybe the change to the amended version is really what we have to go over. Unless council can discuss whatever you want, obviously, but just for purposes of a motion, when you get to that point, you may be able to just incorporate that original draft with whatever changes were made today that weren't available before this meeting.
There was one, Mr. Gillen Schwartz, is that correct? Two, okay.
two made this afternoon.
And they're not significant enough to have to reintroduce?
No, we would. I was just trying to clarify what we're talking about, because instead of going line by line with each one, but we may have to with the ones that just weren't available before today's meeting.
So I think the understanding is that the public saw the recommended amended version on the website. So the motion might be to amend as per that version, but also add the two that were completed this afternoon.
Right.
So if you'd like me to, the two that were altered this afternoon was to the deputy city manager, the maximum was lowered to 125,000.
Right.
And on the stipend list,
Added the fund coordinator back?
the fund commissioner is still present. Actually, I think it was present. We were going to get rid of it, and now it's back.
Yep, okay.
So the fund commissioner was still a $5,000 stipend. So just those two changes in addition to the amendments that were already on the website for the public to view.
So how would you like for us to introduce?
So you motioned, there was a motion and a second. What you could, for purposes of discussion, you could consider, somebody could make a motion to amend, to incorporate all the changes that were in the packet, except for the modifications that the clerk just went over, which are the deputy city manager
Right.
max
And the fund commissioner?
and the fund commissioner stipend.
Yep.
So those would be baked into your motion. And again, this would be republished, and then we'd be talking about that for another second reading and adoption at a subsequent meeting.
So we'll have a motion to amend and then a motion to reintroduce as amended. And then we'll start that over again, anticipating that this should come back unless other changes are made on the December 16th meeting
Okay.
prior to the new year.
So I'll make a motion to amend ordinance 580-225 for the one that was posted for the public, and then for the changes that were made today to the deputy city manager salary to 125, and re-add back onto the stipend list, the fund commissioner at 5,000.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. And we need, obviously, a roll call on that motion for the amendment.
Yep.
Ready?
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade,
Yes.
Councilmember Bodnar,
Yes.
Councilmember Baldwin.
Yes.
Mayor Mullick.
Yes.
And now a motion to reintroduce 580-2025 as amended.
I will make a motion to amend, to introduce 580-2025 2025, as amended.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any questions or comments, council? Roll call?
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade,
Yes.
Councilmember Bodnar,
Yes.
Councilmember Baldwin,
Yes.
Mayor Mullick.
Yes.
Okay. Again, we'll re-advertise. We'll bring this back, I believe, on December 16th, council. Next, we have 581-2025, an ordinance amending Chapter 7 of the Code of the City of Cape May regarding on-street parking permits, again, with a public hearing tonight.
Is anyone here wishing to speak on ordinance 581?
Good evening. Chris Bezaire, 228 Windsor Avenue. I took a look at the ordinances for adoption tonight, and we actually worked on this. I worked with Councilmember Baldwin and Councilmember Meyer, and I think the spirit of what this ordinance was meant to be amended to is being overlooked on this. Initially, it was a long-thought idea that on-street parking was for basically year-round residents. For a long time, people thought that was the case. After further diving into the ordinance, it was realized that wasn't a requirement for the parking. And furthermore, it was realized that what's happening in the historic part of the area of Cape May is you have parking permits being given out that aren't being utilized. I think the spirit of the ordinance was to maximize the utilization of limited parking resources in a town where we complain about parking all the time. I'm not here to argue back or forth on the short-term rentals, whether they should or should not have parking permits. However, at least in a short-term parking permit situation, that space is being utilized. That property is being rented every week in the summer. It's being utilized, somebody's parking there. My concern is, and we discussed that obviously the property owner of a short-term rental is making money on having that parking spot, so why not charge them exorbitantly and have the city make money off that as well if that's what they're using it for? My concern is this ordinance doesn't address non-residents. And the concern I have is if you go down through many of the streets in Cape May in the historic district, Windsor, Congress, North, Perry, you can drive down one of those streets in the middle of summer and there are 8 to 10 spots that have reserved parking signs and nobody parked in them. In a town where we cry about parking all summer long. And the whole idea was to, number one, it's my opinion, my belief that council's, their responsibility is, number one, is to the residents of the town, and then number two, to the visitors and to the businesses. Not a far number two, but still, council's job is primarily for the residents. Whether you're a year-round renter and you live here year-round on the island renting a property, or you're a year-round property owner that lives here. And I just don't think this ordinance goes far enough to solve that problem, because as introduced and as adopted, if it's adopted as written right now, you're going to have second homeowners or non-year-round residents that apply for an on-street parking permit. They're going to park there the 4 weekends they come throughout the year, and the other 48 weekends and weekdays, that spot's going to be left open in key areas of the town that need parking.
Chris, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
What specific, it's an opinion question, what specifically do you think is deficient in the proposed ordinance, or what should be added?
The ordinance doesn't require proof of year-round residency.
Okay.
I think that in the ordinance, and it's not hard to do, you could show a utility bill, you don't have to own the property. I think the ordinance should be very specific to show that you have year-round residency in order to get an on-street parking spot. It's a privilege, not a necessity. People have bought properties knowing that there's no parking, and I just think it's disheartening in the center of town during the summer or busy weekends in the off-season to see spot after spot after spot open with no cars parking there. And that was something we kicked around in the beginning, was it to show proof of year-round residency. We talked about, again, including short-term and charging them a different rate, and I don't really have a dog in that fight. I don't care one way or the other on that one. But I think the idea behind modifying the ordinance was to, again, maximize the utilization of the limited parking in town. And I don't think that the way this ordinance is drafted, I don't think that it handles that.
So let's,
Chris, I suspect you're suggesting as well that those spots that you're talking about are probably in some of the prime areas where people are looking for parking throughout the busiest
absolutely.
time of year, right around the mall in the historic area.
I would say if you were to take a copy of the historic district map and overlay it on where these issues exist, they're almost identical.
So what you're saying is it's even compounded by the fact that not including that or including non-residents is actually compounding the problem just because of the number of those spots that we're including would be in that prime area.
Correct. And it's compounded by historic district regulations as to what you can and can't do as far as parking in front of a house. And there's regulations within the ordinance that state that you have to be turned down for being, if you're able to put parking on your property, then you can't get an on-street parking spot, which makes sense. Put the parking on your property. But in the historic district, there's a lot of rules and regulations that prohibit that in some areas. And I'm all, I'm all for people being able to apply for the parking. I just want it utilized, and I don't think that not having it a preference for year-round residents, whether an owner or a renter, year-round, I don't think that tackles the situation. And I would prefer to drive around, and I'm sure visitors would rather drive around in downtown Cape May and be looking for a parking spot and see spot after spot after spot taken than to drive down the streets in the center of Cape May in the summertime and see spot after spot with a reserved sign and no car parked there.
So,
In response to that, I don't, nothing that you said was like unreasonable or anything, but let me explain, at least from my perspective, why it's not written that way. Because it was a conscious decision to amend it to not having some residency test, but to eliminate the short-term rental scenario, which most certainly would not include a resident, right? So, and part of that is not asking municipal staff to have to scratch their heads as to whether somebody's a resident or not, because people are going to bring in all types of different documentation to show that. Like, you're going to say, hey, how do I prove I'm a resident? Well, I got a utility bill here, I got a voting card there, or whatever it is. And perhaps council could come up with a laundry list of things, like a passport application as to like what you would need to pass the test. But the goal of just getting out of that was to eliminate some of that head scratching as to like, is somebody a resident or not? We don't make distinctions on on like beach tags, based on residency or non-residency.
Yeah.
So to get away from a residency test seemed like the wiser approach here, but I understand.
And I get the beach tag part. A beach tag has unlimited supply. There's not unlimited supply in parking.
Right. And then, this isn't like passing the test of being perfect for sure, but what it is doing is corralling these permits away from properties which are most certainly not being used by residents. So you're probably going to capture, there's the potential that you're going to capture a property that maybe somebody doesn't live there, but they're also not renting it. So,
And I get that. And again, that's my point is they're not living there and they're not renting it. So the property's going unused, so is the parking spot. And we're trying to tackle parking. We're trying to come up with a solution that best utilizes the parking. And in that instance, I think that's where this ordinance is lacking. That's my take on it. Whatever council wants to go, in whatever direction you guys want to go in, the ordinance needed to be reviewed, and I think there's some changes that are well worth it. But overall, I think it's not going to change those areas where there's 6 to 8 spots on a street that are being utilized by non-full-time residents. And, you're going to have people drive up and down streets and look for parking, and with plenty of spots open, they can't utilize.
So just working with that illustration just, for a moment, because I realize, you mentioned about this needs to be something that could be workable for the city clerk's office as well. I mean, if someone, presented a driver's license or a tax return, I mean, those are items that can identify. You can take certain items and certain documents to say this is what these are our bright line items as far as providing proof. I mean, a driver's license generally is going to establish your residency, or tax return is generally going to establish your residency. I mean, a gas or water bill, that's a whole nother story, right? That's not, because that's not going to capture the second homeowners. I don't know where they're going to get their bill done, but essentially those types of documents, and I'm sure that there's others that can be identified that could be written into the the framework as far as how to enforce such an ordinance.
And don't get me wrong, my second purpose for being up here is to make Aaron's job as difficult as possible with this, too.
It's too late, Chris.
I see her sweating, Chris. I see her sweating.
Wouldn't it just be
I'm gonna say, yeah.
a license?
So
Because nothing
I
else is.
The intent of that.
I think there was the intent.
Yeah.
and-
There was the intent, but with the
So-
modifications that have been made, that
Right.
intent has disappeared.
You'll see that there specifically are year-round residential fees
Yeah.
for metered and no metered. So it specifically states year-round residential.
And where does it say non-residential fees?
It doesn't. There's
So you felt, you felt that staying silent on it, because that's why I was confused, meant that you couldn't.
The
take
recommendation,
this.
I'm going to take the bullet for that, because that recommendation to change it came from me, not, this was worded as resident before, but I recommended a change to that, to be easier to implement. Not that I have 110% faith in the clerk's office that whatever we come up with, they can deploy.
Yeah.
But just from a practical standpoint, dividing a line at, if you have a mercantile license, you can't get one of these. It's an on-off switch. Versus then we're having a discussion about what it means to be a resident. And a resident is not just driver's license. There's a factors analysis to that. You know, if under the IRS code, and, you know, we can come up with that if that's the direction council wants to go in, and we can do that. But this seemed more straightforward on-off switch. I will say this too, I'm not, and I said this before, nothing that Mr. Bezerra is saying is like ridiculous. It's a critique of this, which is, it's not perfect. If you were to adopt this and implement it, you could, just like the recycling ordinance, see how much of a disaster or not it is for the year and then change it. Because we're changing this, we already have a process in place, we can modify that. So that's an option here too. It's not the end of the world if you adopt this. What you'd be doing is eliminating short-term rentals from the cadre of properties that are going to be able to get it. Then you're left with the balance of, okay, you're definitely going to capture the residents as part of this. If you're not a short-term rental, the rental people will fit, the non-rental people are residents. So you'll capture them. The concern that Mr. Bezerra is pointing to is you may have an overfilled cup with people that are just taking up parking spaces that aren't using them.
And
Well,
that-
I think he's
that-
suggesting narrowing the scope.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, as far as with that, with the idea that, one, the original intent behind this ordinance was to utilize the parking spaces, particularly in the busiest time of year, and you're going to capture that by having people who are residing in Cape May all the time, as opposed whether they're renting full-time or whether they actually reside in Cape May, as opposed to, the second homeowner who's going to be here for intermittently.
Can I ask just a technical question on how it's written? As you pointed out, under C1, it says year-round residential with no parking meter, 500 annually. Number 2, year-round residential metered space, 750 annually. If we weren't taking those steps, then shouldn't that language be changed? I mean, it basically says residential.
The permit would be year-round for a residential property. This is, because it's drawing a distinction between residential and commercial in here.
That's basically saying non-commercial.
Yeah.
Yeah, the wording applies to the permit itself, not to the resident or non-resident using it.
Right. Okay. Any other questions for Chris?
Yes, if we,
Yes.
oh, no, CGS maybe.
I'm going to sit down now, but thank you, guys.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this ordinance, please? Thank you, Mr. Bezerra.
While Ms. Sheehan's coming up, can I ask a genuine question, though? If somebody is a year-round resident, I understand that there are a lot of different factors that determine residency for people who might live here 6 months out of the year, or a couple, but if somebody is a year-round resident, would that not be on their driver's license?
It should be on the driver's license.
So are we complicating this? Like, am I just issuing year-round residents only? Like, and if you have your Cape May address on your driver's license, you can
That's it.
qualify.
That's how you pass the test.
Unless
Let's
they
go
don't
back
have
to
a
the-
driver's license.
Let's get through public
Well, how do you
comment.
have a
and
But then they're
car
not
if you have
driving a
driver's
car.
license?
there's the opportunity here.
You don't have a car?
It
You have
could
a
be-
car with no driver's license.
Let's go through public comment, and then we clearly are going to talk about this. I apologize.
Okay.
That's all right,
Thank you.
because I'm just going to throw another loop into it. Stacy Shan, 928 Columbia Avenue. I'm just looking for some clarification, Chris, with the fact that what areas it actually pertains to. Because some of my concerns has to do with how it's being rewritten. Does that include people that would be living above the mall? Would they be allowed to get those parking spots also?
No. The language in here excludes, the proposed language excludes commercial property. So that would include mixed use with commercial on the bottom. It's specifically targeted towards purely residential properties, and that language is in there.
But when you say commercial, wouldn't a
I know what you mean, but like,
Because
it's a
why, no,
residential
why
on
I'm saying
top.
that is because this was done because of B&Bs, right? Because they didn't have parking and to let people have parking.
B&Bs and residents.
Well, then, because B&Bs is considered a business.
Right.
So you're not going to let the businesses around the mall do it, but B&B is considered a business, or if you rent your property, that's a business too.
this is specifically referencing residential property. This is what it's targeted towards.
Okay, so they can still be a rental that they do, an Airbnb?
No, because under this
No.
draft,
Okay.
that's
Okay,
the
this is why
important
I'm just asking
dividing
for
line.
clarification here.
So, like, if there's a pie, the things that are carved out, Airbnbs, right? Transient rentals, mercantile licenses,
They're
can't-
not-
you can't-
they're not
yeah,
doing-
You can't hold a mercantile license and the on-street parking permit at the same time, so that's
Okay.
eliminated. Also cut out of that pie is commercial properties, and that would include the mixed-use properties. I know there's like an apartment upstairs, but the use is a mixed use with commercial on the
Okay,
first
so
floor,
no
that's
mixed use.
excluded. So it's really targeted towards the purely residential property. So it might even be, it might even be a duplex residential property. And I think there's a limitation in here about like one per property, so it shouldn't just be like a bunch of them showing up.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate your clarification.
Anyone else on this ordinance, ordinance, I apologize. Thank you. On ordinance 581? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion on this ordinance? Yeah, we can, let's
Oh,
introduce it.
motion, and then we'll
Just a
discuss.
motion, yeah.
Okay.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a
Mayor, I
second?
think we have maybe just a public comment. No.
No.
Okay, just,
Do I have a motion?
I'm sorry, what is this motion?
This is to start the discussion amongst ourselves.
On the ordinance?
Okay, sorry.
Oh, my God.
A motion on the ordinance.
I'll make the motion, Mayor.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any questions or comments? I know the answer.
I have comments.
Yes.
Yes, okay, go
So
ahead.
the actual original intent was for year-round, and I'm looking at this now, everything kind of alluded to that, but is there, and this goes back to you, Mr. Schwartz, if we change that and just add the year-round component to this, would that substantially change this ordinance where we'd have to,
Yes.
Even though it says residential.
even, yeah,
Residential is the use of the property.
Well, how about this? Change the question, if I may. Change the question a little bit. Would saying that they have to, they're required to prove residency based on what it says in here to the clerk, is that substantially changing?
that would be part of the application for the permit.
I would say that if that's the direction
Exactly.
council wants to go, I think we just, let's decide on what we wanted to say and not worry about republishing. We're already republishing a couple things tonight, so
We're going to be on the same schedule
let's
for all
make,
these,
let's make
so-
sure it says what you
If
wanted to say.
it's clear,
Yeah.
do we have enough
I
time
think
before
we should
the end
just
of the year
make a
to do
requirement
this?
to show residency.
Yes, this will
I
not,
don't think it's that substantial, personally.
To change it, essentially, the proposal would be to change it to, the test is not Airbnb or not, or mercantile license. It's, are you a resident?
Yep.
Do you reside in the building connected to this proposed spot? That's the test, that's how you get a permit. I mean, I can come up with a framework for that.
But I think you still want to have the mercantiles excluded. I think you still
No, I
have that-
know,
I
but-
think you
but
still want
you're-
that exclusion.
Right, but you also want to,
Yes.
you also want to exclude I just got this for convenience and I may not be using it. You really want to target it towards the people that are living there and going to use it, that are not mercantile licensed.
What if what if you live here year-round at your bed and breakfast and also use it as a,
That's a business, they have a mercantile license.
No, they have a mercantile. They're not.
So they're excluded.
You can't have one and the other under this scenario in either case, it sounds like.
Part of the problem, I think, is you have people that aren't residents here, maybe residents of a city up the road, and they use it on the weekends. So we have empty spots if they're not here.
And that's what you're trying to avoid.
That's what we're trying to avoid, I think.
Well, then,
Yeah.
it's, you can't have it both ways.
Right.
Right, so
And that's
right.
what we, outside of year-round, I thought the year-round resident with no parking meter, I thought that covered it.
I thought that covered it, too.
But,
I
Well,
do.
but legally, I guess we have to do
I
what.
have an additional monkey wrench to throw into here. If we were to amend and reintroduce and have this come back December 16th, it would not be effective until January 13th. In here, we have the renewal schedule is by February 1st annually with a $150 late fee.
So.
And that would not give me enough time to
I mean, council
spread the word.
council could adopt this.
I think we
Yeah.
should.
I think we
And then,
should,
and then allow
agree.
Chris
Make
to,
an amendment.
and then allow Chris to come up with a amendment
Yeah.
to clarify it.
Yeah, so at least you can get.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, so I can at least get the word.
All you'd be doing is further dialing this back. This is dialing everything back already. What you guys are proposing to do and talking about tonight would just dial this back a bit
Yep.
further. So
And
it might as well take that step to confirm the licensing structure going into 2026, and then we can talk about dialing that back further.
And it may just
For
take a little bit of
next
time to review
season.
applications that have
Yeah.
been
Well,
submitted
okay.
until the new ordinance comes about. It just may take a little bit extra time
okay.
to review those applications.
If I may, the current ordinance doesn't, the parking the way it is now, the applications aren't until April 1st anyway. So there's no pressing need in the middle because.
Oh, no, this.
This changes, correct.
Yeah,
But if you
and
weren't
that
to
is
introduce this and do
actually-
anything with it, the current
That's where
parking
this
structure
started.
doesn't go into April 1st anyway.
This started just because it didn't match when our meters turn on anymore. That's how this turned into, let's revisit the on-street parking regulations, because the meters turn on April 1st, but our previous permits were not active until May 1st. And then now a lot of our meters are extended through December 31st, so.
Can I make a suggestion then? This is what I'm just going to suggest, and then everyone can comment. I'm going to suggest that we pass this evening, but that we ask Councilman Meyer and Lorraine, would you be willing, the two of you, to work on an amendment to this ordinance for our next council meeting? Or whatever appropriate time.
It's going to be,
Whatever
there'll be a
appropriate time.
meeting in January.
Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Full support. We'll implement whatever. I'm just, at that point, I will have already sent letters to everybody and implemented renewals. So we're looking at implementing this version for this year and then maybe effectuating those changes for next season.
2027?
If
Could you
I-
not-
Aaron,
Can I ask-
I'll work with you, I'll work with your office on the application to make sure it's,
Or can we just, if there's an agreement with
Yes.
Mr. Gillenschwartz, with Councilman Baldwin and Meyer, on what the date, what the language should be, why can't you just include that in the letter? It will have been passed by that point, right? Or pretty close?
So
They're due back by January 31st.
don't the permits expire at the end of the calendar year now? That's the way the language reads, right?
Actually, I believe so, yeah.
they expired
They-
October 31st. They expired they
The
they currently expire.
ones, we have seasonal and year-round. That's why this has gotten so convoluted over the 8 years. That's why we're,
That's probably, I'm looking at like an
Yeah,
amended
and the,
version.
and the annual
Yeah.
one's the
Yeah.
31st. We'll be able to take care of I will work with you and we'll take care of the administrative process. And craft a letter to be in the spirit of what city council is looking for in the final adopted version.
so then maybe we can put a
And we
waiver
won't-
of the late fees for this year
Yes,
in the amendment version.
we won't.
Just
we'll
to
be fine.
guide the clerk and the solicitor and our city manager, I heard a lot of agreement for what Mr. Becerra said in regards to the restricting this to the residents. Is that a general feeling among council so that we kind of have a direction?
Yes.
Everyone would kind of agree with that?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer? So, I agree with that as well. So it sounds like to that portion of the ordinance, you have 5 members of council all in agreement that that makes sense. And we'll have Councilman Meyer and Councilwoman Baldwin work on that moving forward.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
We'll be able to implement it. I would appreciate you guys adopting this tonight, and then we'll definitely figure out the amendment part of it.
All right, so we have a motion and a second on the ordinance as listed on the agenda.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments on that motion? Roll call?
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade,
Yes.
Councilmember Bodnar,
Yes.
Councilmember Baldwin,
Yes.
Mayor Mullick.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, council.
But I do think we appreciate public comment because I think sometimes we make a better product because of that, so thank you. With that, we are on to
582-2025, an ordinance of the City of Cape May amending and supplementing Chapter 7 Vehicles and Traffic to regulate the operation of electric bicycles and scooters. There's
we-
a public hearing tonight, Mayor.
Do we have anyone wishing to speak on 582?
Roz Johnson, 826 Lafayette Street. Thank you for this ordinance. I think it's important for the safety for all those concerned and very well written. My question is, have you thought about how you're going to educate the public on these rules and regulations? Because this is something that, you know, if you're driving a car, you have to pass a driver's test and you know the rules, et cetera. But in this case, I think attention has to be brought to the education of people about this. So if you haven't thought about how you're going, and last time when we did talk about this, I know one person said, let's go into the schools and talk to the kids about it. Let's have, make sure that the rental places know the rules. I would extend that to actually every business in Cape May, because we did clarify that many of the electric vehicle users are employees that are coming into town. So if you haven't thought about how you're going to educate people, Mr. Bodnar, I see that you're shaking your head, yes.
So one of this past week, the Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee had a meeting developing their priorities for this coming year, and I sit as the city council liaison for that committee. And the city manager attended that meeting, as well as the committee was formulating their goals to suggest to the city for this year. And I could tell you that one of the priorities is, and the committee made a point of emphasis, is working on issues regarding e-bike safety and scooter safety, recognizing that education and behavior modification need to be a component of, you know, of that working. You know, they're aware of the ordinance, and I would say this: I know that the committee endorses the fact that the city's taking action on this particular ordinance. But I think we're just really, I want to say, like a first step in the process. Would you say, Paul? I mean, there was a good discussion about this, and I think there's several different ways that that were suggested that the city can go about doing this. Would you like to?
Yeah, so I
comment
mean,
on that?
I think that the BPAC will probably take the lead on helping develop that. We'll probably take some of the methods and outreach things that we learned in developing the outreach for the low-speed vehicles as a model to kind of reach out and do that. So, you know, that'll be developed over the winter and spring for next year.
I always-
Several ideas came up in the course of that meeting.
Councilmember Bodnar.
And we're just trying to formulate that as far as
Councilmember
the best
Bodnar.
way.
Oh, thank you.
We're just trying to formulate the best way as far as to get those ideas out that were discussed at this last meeting and the prior meeting, that'll be most effective for getting them out to the city. But the topics that were discussed were communicating with the school. Another topic that was discussed is there was success in the flyer with the low-speed vehicles, and to do the same thing for e-bikes as well. Also discussions about getting the word out through social media. I know that we've already spoken with the vendors that rent the e-bikes out to folks, but we also recognize this is something that's come up through discussions I've had with a number of different people and through the committee. We need to get people who are living in town, as well. It's not necessarily the rentals, but it's people who are actually here people who live here, people who are working in town, people who come down here regularly throughout the season. So I think we've identified a number of different groups to focus that communication component to, as well as to educate. So we are working on that, but appreciate you mentioning that.
Okay. And if you could keep us up to date on your discussion on that, that'd be really appreciated.
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Roz, one other thing too, Mr. Bodnar, and I just recently did with the Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Committee, is they went around to every bicycle rental company in the city, which there are a few, on the island, I should say, and put a QR code with obviously the owner's permission, a sticker on every bicycle that they physically rent. And that QR code basically just said Cape May bicycle safety information. So anyone who's renting can scan that, and it immediately goes to the Cape May City website. But what's great about that as we update that website, the QR code just goes to the website. So those are things that we can add to the website that, as things evolve, those stickers don't go, unuseful. We can update the website. It's going to take you to that website. So thank you to all the rental agencies that allowed us to do that, because that's a pretty cool little program that the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee worked on.
May I make a comment, Mayor?
Please, Mr. Myers.
I would just like to recommend to everybody in this administration to think back over the last year of our changes that we've made, the ordinances we've changed, and think of ways we can put this into the water bill, because you're going to get the residents, you're going to get the businesses, and I think that's our probably most effective and least costly way of getting out to the people, and they're in their hands,
Right.
They can't say that I didn't know because we spent the money to mail it to them.
It's a good idea. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Do we have any further public comment on this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any questions or comments, council?
Just a point of order. I know at the last, the introduction of the ordinance, there was a discussion regarding one of the definitions, and
I have some language prepared for that, if council would like to hear it. I know we're getting to the wire on some of these things, but Mr. Van Walsum, I think, raised the comment about the technical specifications for each type of vehicle and device, and there's mile per hour limitations in there. And I think the intent really is that those are descriptors, not that if somebody can prove that it goes 30 miles per hour, not 25, that all of a sudden they're exempt from this. But it brings up a good point, which is we can clarify that expressly here, because it really is a developing kind of area with these new devices coming in. We don't know what the changes are, and I think those references were made in good faith to federal regulations and state regulations, which may change. So the proposal, the suggestion here would be in the preamble to the definitions. So if you look at 7-63 definitions, and then after the first sentence, you would add the following language. The definitions contained in this section shall be construed in a practical and common sense manner for the protection of public safety, consistent with their use in NJSA 39:1-1 and applicable federal regulations. References to maximum speed, motor power, or wattage are intended as general descriptors and shall not be applied as strict limitations. Vehicles or devices that are substantially similar in design, purpose, and intended operation shall be deemed included within these definitions, notwithstanding variations in technical specifications or capability to exceed stated speed thresholds under certain conditions. In the event of any apparent conflict between a technical or overly literal reading of the following definitions and a reasonable common sense interpretation consistent with the intent of this article, the common sense interpretation shall govern. So that would be the language added before you get to the definitions so that the municipal prosecutor and the municipal court judge know what council intended when we adopted this.
And respectfully, I know one of the reasons that we were looking at this, look, we modeled this ordinance off of Lower Township's ordinance. West Cape May also adopted an ordinance using the same definitions. So I think by crafting it this way, we're not changing the definition itself, so we still have consistency with the definitions with Lower Township and West Cape May, but we still get the spirit of that addressed within this particular ordinance as well.
Right, and this is basically a restatement of how a court would really interpret this ordinance. You know, you're not supposed to strain these definitions. They're not, these things shouldn't be designed and read to require a law license to understand them. It should be, you know, people off the street without legal training should be able to understand what it is we're trying to do. So that's a restatement of that. But if council wants to adopt or amend that to include that language, you could entertain a motion as I stated.
Do I have a motion to amend as stated?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any questions or comments on that amendment? Roll call?
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade,
Yes.
Councilmember Bodnar,
Yes.
Councilmember Baldwin,
Yes.
Mayor Mullick.
Yes. Now, can we vote on that as amended?
Does it change it
To-
significantly?
It would be a reintroduction,
To
just
reintroduce
like
as
previous.
amended.
So you can make a motion to reintroduce as amended.
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Questions or comments? Roll call?
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade,
Yes.
Councilmember Bodnar,
Yes.
Councilmember Baldwin,
Yes.
Mayor Mullick.
Yes. Okay.
We have 583-2025, an ordinance authorizing an amendment and extension of the lease agreement with the New Jersey Transit Corporation for Block 1060, lots 4.01 and 4.02, commonly known as the Welcome Center, with a public hearing tonight.
Is anyone here wishing to speak on ordinance 583? Anyone on 583? Seeing none, we can close public comment. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any questions or comments, council? Roll call?
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade,
Yes.
Councilmember Bodnar,
Yes.
Councilmember Baldwin,
Yes.
Mayor Mullick.
Yes.
And finally, 584-2025, an ordinance amending Chapter 525 of the City Code to promote workforce and long-term housing opportunities in the C1 zoning district.
And do we have anyone wishing to speak on ordinance, 584?
Good evening, Jules Roush, 1010 New York Avenue. Clearly now, with the slight change that was made in the ordinance, that the workforce housing and long-term housing enables long-term apartment rentals in C1 zoning district and under terms and rates as determined by the owner. I think, is that a clear understanding now that we have, Mr. Solicitor?
So just a point of order, because you raised it, there is two versions of this in the council and public packet, one of which is what we talked about last meeting and was published. The second version is a version that incorporates or seeks to incorporate the planning board's most recent discussion, which really doesn't change anything substantively in the ordinance. All it does is any references to workforce go to workforce and long-term housing, but the same conditions and parameters are in there. It's really just the description of of naming the definition, but the content of that hasn't really changed at all.
But the basic principle is the C1 district.
The basic principle
Have
of,
long-term rental.
correct, and that's defined in this latest draft as 90 consecutive days.
I just want to make sure everyone understands that although we'd like to see workforce housing, we don't have the opportunity at this point in the community to give them a reduced rate, that's the trend that is happening elsewhere in the country, where they're forming either through the municipal government or another organization to provide reduced rates. But that's not the case, and that's not what this ordinance provides. Some of us have been here a while, and some of you are new. The Washington Street Mall was opened in 1970 and 71, and in 2007 it was redone. When they redid it in 2007, they upgraded all the utilities and the infrastructure so that it could provide the best circumstances for the retail market at that point. By that time in 2007, almost all of the commercial properties in the mall were owned by investors, not by the occupants. When it was formed back in 2000 or in 1970, almost all of the buildings were owned by the actual occupants. Those people owned their unit, they lived upstairs, or they used it for office, and in some cases their store manager lived upstairs. It was never really intended to do anything but to serve that particular business. So we've gone almost full circle now, where the investors own the units in the C1 district. You have before you the information about what the definition of an apartment is, how many square feet of habitable or square feet of space you need. There's no question about that. I think that's fine, but you need to understand that one apartment could have 4 occupants based upon the numbers that are calculated in the ordinance. So you've got the opportunity to have 4 people. But there's another thing that needs to really come into play, and that was the criticism I had when I spoke before, that there has not been a study done of what really encompasses and is included in the C1 district. You don't know how many buildings there are, how many different uses there are, how many of the second and or third floors are being used, how many potential buildings can be converted to apartments. We have no idea as to how complex you're making this circumstance by changing the zoning to eliminate the need for parking. This is a huge change without any substantive information and facts, and I don't think it's frankly proper to make that kind of a change, not knowing what it is that you may be doing with the community. We talked earlier about the license, the permits for homes. Here we could have, and I've taken the time to count the number of buildings in the C1 district, and to try and make some kind of sense as to what would happen if a number of those properties are converted to apartments. There's 70 two-story buildings, and of those 70, there's 25 of them that have a third floor. Now that offers a potential for a huge number of new apartments. And if a developer came into the community and said, I want to have 30 new apartments in Cape May, I'm not going to provide any parking, you'd go wild. You wouldn't permit that, and I wouldn't expect you to permit it, any more than I expect you to permit allowing the C1 district to have apartments without parking. It's unreasonable. And the only way you know that is if you have the facts, and that's not been done by the planning board, and obviously it's not been done by council. So in my view, without that, you do have a very difficult time being arbitrary and capricious in the decision that you're making to vote on this ordinance as it's presented. If you took it, if you do it, if you do make the change and allow no parking, think about what you're going to do. First of all, any kind of change for the exterior has to go to the HPC. Think about how many different applications you might have to the HPC by changing windows. If you put a third floor apartment, it's going to have stairway or outside exits, and those units have to be approved by the HPC. Think about 3 or 4 people that own those buildings decide that they're going to have construction done. All of a sudden, you could have the possibility of dumpsters, trucks going in and out delivering materials, taking away debris, the subcontractors, the employees. Think of the problem that we would have with the movement of cars and vehicles around that mall, and particularly if it's done in the summertime. It would be horrendous. I mean, it's tough enough right now. And think of the problems that the police, fire, and EMTs will have if there's an emergency. I've seen many, many days where you might have to spend 5 or 10 minutes just to go around half of the mall. I don't like to get down the mall at all in the summertime. There's just not enough ability to move. If I'm correct,
Mayor.
that you would have approximately 30 apartments after it's all said and done over a period of years. Think about the number of cars that are going to be generated by those residents and the impact that you're going to be making on the residential area, because that's the only place you're going to be able to park. Unless they decide to go in and rent somewhere else, some space. So if an owner wants to convert his apartment or convert his second and third floor, he has the ability to do that by going and renting a space rather than just asking you folks to provide that it doesn't have to have parking. There's a bunch of things that can happen. Those buildings, if you look at them block by block, all those buildings are really connected on a block by block basis. Each one of those is going to have to go through significant change now, providing for fire separation. It is unbelievable what would happen if we had a fire in one of those units. It could go right down the block. So it's important to look at, how dangerous are the circumstances if you allow all these units to be converted for apartments. There's a couple other things that could happen in addition to the impact on the residential areas. I believe there's frankly is an ethical and legal question on voting for an ordinance that changes the zoning requirements, granting an extraordinary financial benefit to a specific group of owners and investors that is not available to everyone else. You're making a very, very specific change in an ordinance to grant specific things for just a few people. I don't think it's fair. I frankly think it has some serious issues to it. There's a lot of individuals that would be really interested in renting a place on the mall, and it wouldn't be used by anyone other than one family or one person. And think about if you want to have children there or pets, where are you going to tell them to go play? On the mall? There's only 2 places that have any grass. That's Congress Hall and Rotary Park. It's very difficult for me to expect or to even suggest that you allow the entire C1 district to have apartments and eliminate parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roush. Mr. Roush, obviously, we've talked about this privately. I don't think we'll necessarily agree, but you did mention last time around the 90 days being an issue, which is an update within the ordinance in front of us, which is requires 1 year, which I think is important because what your point was at that, and I don't want to have to make your point, but your idea that somebody could lease an apartment for the summer and then go to Florida or whatever, and frankly, that's not what we're attempting to do in this.
Yeah, and I would hate to see
Right,
the
so-
Airbnbs, and
Correct.
short-term rentals. There's no question about that.
So that has been addressed in this most recent amendment.
I think that was really in the First Amendment as well, or in the original. But the only other, it's not a change. The way I understand the ordinance is you cannot rent for less than 175 days.
This is actually 1 year.
So the ordinance that's up for consideration says 90 days, just so we're clear. There's another draft of this addressing the duration. And if that hasn't been done yet, but council could certainly consider and vote on that tonight.
Again, what's the change?
1 year, not
1 year.
90 days.
That's fine.
Yeah, well, I think it addresses what your concern was, which I know there was more than one, believe me.
Oh, yeah.
We don't necessarily agree on all those, but I did agree on the 90-day issue that you brought forward at the last meeting. But just allow me a second to read this because I think it deserves a fair shot, and then also to add where this came from, right? We didn't just pull this out of the air, but let me read the preamble, if you will, for this ordinance. Whereas the City Council of the City of Cape May recognizes that a vibrant, sustainable, and resilient community depends on the continued presence of year-round residents who contribute to the city's social, civic, and economic fabric. And whereas the City Council further finds that the availability of long-term and workforce housing is essential to assuring that the city remains a dynamic and livable community throughout all seasons. And whereas the City Council seeks to encourage the creation and preservation of residential opportunities that foster year-round residency and to advance the related community benefits that flow from increased long-term occupancy, such as supporting local businesses, strengthening community ties, making it easier for workers to live near their job, and promoting a stable and reliable housing market. And it obviously goes on from there. But I just want to go back quickly to the genesis, right? The planning board has seen multiple applications over the last couple of years of having short-term rentals above the mall. I personally, and I've heard from many people, think that short-term rentals above the mall would be a disaster. Just the idea of people changing on Saturdays during the busy season. And frankly, many of us know that other communities have taken very strong action on Airbnbs, on VRBOs. The City of Cape May has had a long history of weekly rentals. We have not taken a lot of strong action on it. But I do think, looking at the mall, you have to ask yourself, as planning the city, is that what we want to see happen? Do we want to see short-term rentals become of the space above the mall? And then the second question was, you also have these businesses that only have a shop on the first floor and largely only have second and third floor use for space, for storage. And is that the highest and best use of that location? You know, considering the fact that we know we have a affordable housing crisis in the city of Cape May, knowing that we have those spaces that are basically just left unoccupied or unbeknownst officially to any member of the city, there may be people living there that frankly are good contributing workers and people involved in the community, but frankly are there illegally. So this was the process that we went through that says, okay, A, do we want short-term rentals on the mall? And I think unanimously I heard that would be a bad idea. B, should there be kind of a carrot to this? You know, should businesses have the opportunity to help house their own employees or other employees? And that is that is what we're attempting to do. I want to be clear that this isn't meant to be, a 90-day rental for a family or something like that, which is why we looked at that change. But I just want to make sure that you understand that this didn't come out of nowhere. We've been made requests by developers that want to make changes. And the other thing that some of the developers have said is, hey, we wish that these rules were made nice and clear so that we don't make these expensive applications through engineers, architects, attorneys, and again, get denied, which I can understand. I'm sure you can as well. So that's what we're attempting to do through this ordinance, is really set the standard moving forward. And I know you disagree with some of the portions of it, but that's what we're attempting to do.
I fully agree with the terms of the rental, but that's not the question here. The question is it reasonable to not require parking? You have that written into almost every other district in town, that whatever the use is, it is equated to parking. In this case, you're saying you can have frankly as many as 4 people per apartment. 3 or 4 people could have their own vehicles. Where are you going to put them? We've already talked about the difficulty in this town with parking. You're exacerbating it. It's unfair. And it's being done to satisfy a few people who want to take their vacant space above their income property and rent it out for more money.
I can assure you, no one up here is doing it to satisfy that.
Mr. Roush, if I can add to that, I don't know that the community this is affecting feels like they're being given something. I feel they may feel like they're getting something taken away, because if this is just kicked to the curb tonight, apartments above commercial uses is in the code right now as a permitted use.
But they have to provide parking.
Right. So then, but remember that this didn't come from some private party saying, hey, I'd like it if you do this. This came from the master plan. This is in the master plan.
I watched the planning board meetings or attended them. So
And
I
before
understand.
before drafting this, I read the master plan, and it's cited in here. That's where this is coming from. It's a response specifically to that. But everything that you're saying, though, about parking, yeah, of course parking is a problem.
Nothing in the master plan.
Mr. Roush, can I
says
finish what
that
I,
we should not-
Mr.
we should not-
Roush, can I finish what I was going to say
Sure.
first? What I was going to say is, your parking concern is legitimate. There's no hiding behind the fact that there's a parking problem. That's going to exist whether or not council adopts this. The policy decision on the table is, are we willing to recognize that parking is always going to be a problem there, that the master plan indicates that new parking opportunities are scarce or to non-existent, essentially, and are we willing to recognize and sacrifice maybe that there might be some parking issues with the opportunity that we might create a year-round community or invite those opportunities in? So that is the policy, that you have to sacrifice one to maybe get the other. But I think the policy positive on the other end of that is they're trying to build a year-round community and build that back and not see everything be a rental and have people live here and have people that have families that can serve on boards and volunteer their time and have the things that a year-round community has. So this is what that's geared towards. But yeah, parking's a problem. But the positives, there's also positives here potentially.
Well, the positives they've glossed over the mere fact that we don't have enough parking, and you're adding to the problem. And quite, well, it does not make any sense to take a small center district of the community and say there's no parking going to be required here, but when you get out into the other residential areas, which are more conducive to people living in year-round than the center core of Cape May. I mean, the center core of Cape May is not what I'd call, quote, the best residential area in town. So just remember, you're going to have application after application now. I would suspect when they come in with a different use, they're not going to want to provide parking. I'll see how you handle that when that comes before City Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Bezaire, 228 Windsor Avenue. There's a couple things I would like to discuss on this. First of all, contrary to Mr. Roush's belief, one of the key principles of urban planning is to have a vibrant downtown area that allows for both residential, commercial use, and retail. That is the key to any thriving city, is to have a downtown that allows for their residents or workforce to live there. Look at any city, any small town, and contrary to Mr. Roush's belief, most of the residents that would live above these properties most likely would not have cars, because the types of residential usage this would have would be for people that would want to walk to work. It's located close to the bus depot, which is for a reason. The bus depot is located near the downtown area so that people have mass transit to be able to get around. I'm not sure if Mr. Roush has been down at the mall area around 9 or 10 in the morning when you watch everybody get off the buses to come to work downtown, because that's the transportation they use. Now, will there be some that have cars? Of course. I also would like to point out the fact that every time we come up here, people complain about parking until the idea of a parking garage comes up, then everybody says, no, we can't do that. There are locations in the city of Cape May where a parking garage is viable. That's not what I'm here to discuss. I'm just throwing it out there that we can't argue we don't have parking every single time, and then when the idea of a parking garage comes up, turn our head like we don't know it's there.
We already brought up dogs living in these on the mall.
Well, and then that's the second point. The makeup of the idea of downtown living and the type of people, the ideas that people have about living in this day and age are different from before. Plenty of people would have a dog in an apartment and realize they have to get up at 5:30 in the morning and walk it around the block to let it go to the bathroom. It happens all the time. Plenty of people are more than willing to get up and walk their kids down to a brand new Lafayette Street Park that we're building for children. They don't need to have an acre lot to have their kids play if they choose to live in an area like this. And if they do want to have those amenities, then they do live off island. They live in other communities and they bus in or they drive in. That's their option. In regards to, one of the main reasons I wanted to speak tonight was this wasn't introduced by council. This was introduced by the planning board. This was introduced by the planning board because it was brought to the planning board's attention that the master plan calls for workforce/affordable or moderate housing in the C1 district, specifically the mall area. My concern is I'm not sure why the advice of the planning board was to make it just the mall area, which is what the master plan calls for. Council's decided to extend that to the entire C1 district, which I agree with Mr. Roush on. There are a number of buildings inside the C1 district that are outside the mall area that we don't know exactly what they are, what they would be. Furthermore, I have concerns if you go outside the mall area, because for all intents and purposes, the buildings in the mall are developed as they're going to be developed. Will they be changed inside? Of course they will be. But the outside facade is pretty much going to remain what it is. What does the zoning board do with an application when somebody goes in front of them and they want to add a second story onto a Washington Commons building for workforce housing? Does the zoning board have to apply the parking rule to that now? Can somebody all of a sudden add a second floor to a building in the C1 district that has every other no other need for variance other than parking and claim they want to make it workforce housing? I don't think that that's been thought out all the way down the road. I think that the mall area is a perfect area to test this out in, to see what happens. And you know what? Maybe Mr. Roush is right. Maybe we do it in the mall area, and there are 50 more cars around that have to be parked, and it causes a traffic issue. And thank God we didn't exacerbate that and extend it to the rest of the C1 district. I think there are unintended consequences of extending this to the C1 district, the entire C1 district, when really the master plan and planning board, which includes an engineer, a planning and use attorney, recommended it just be in the mall area. So my concern is why we chose to just haphazardly extend this out to the entire C1 district.
Chris, we did not. It was in the master plan. It said C1. We started at this table with just the mall. Then we had a request to open it up to the C1, which was consistent with what was stated in the master plan. And the planning board endorsed both.
Oh, the planning board didn't endorse it. The planning board said, we gave you our opinion. You guys chose to extend it, so we're not going to change our mind now. That's what happened at the planning board.
Okay, but at any rate, that's the original, in the master plan, said the entire C1 district. In fact, I think it's at the C1 and the C2.
Okay.
Okay, so that was not something that we made up at this table. Look, we started with just the Washington Street Mall overlay. At this point in time, I have no skin in the game as to which
Right,
one it
right.
is. I would just like for us to move forward at some point.
I agree, and that's why
I'm sorry. It's
No,
just-
you're
yeah.
fine, and that's why
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
mean,
trying to
it's-
understand.
I have been through this process from the very beginning, and the spirit of this, which Mr. Gillen Schwartz read out, was exactly what I wanted to see happen. We're doing this to try and reinvest in this community with people who live here. And if we don't do this in the mall or the C1, what's going to happen is everything that Mr. Roush is stating is a problem with this is going to be a problem because we're going to have applications coming before the planning board that will have short-term rentals viable, construction will happen, people will be turning over, and we won't have any ability to be able to have an area in this city in which we could say to people, here's someplace to come live. And people will choose, like you said, to live someplace like that because they live in New York, they live in Philadelphia.
Exactly, yes.
People like living in the middle of it all.
Right.
And they don't discount the fact that they're living in a mall or they have to walk 2 blocks to go to Wood Park.
Well, and that's my only concern is that I think that the mall area is ideal to begin the process. And I get your point, if it wants to be expanded, I think it's a perfect area to start with the process to alleviate the concerns of some of the residents who think it's going to be too much. And
Right.
God forbid if it's too much in that little area, then it's going to be too much in the whole
Right.
C1 area.
And that is where we started.
Right.
And then we went to the whole district. And, at this point,
Right.
I think for those of us who have been involved in this and had these discussions.
Let's start somewhere.
I would like to see us move forward.
Right.
This is really very much about trying to see what we can do in this city, taking a step forward. I'm sorry to sound like I'm on a soapbox, but I am. Because
you're fine.
I feel very passionate about this. It's something the city has to do, or the viability of this community will not be here in 10 years. Because there won't be anyone here. The demographics will change tremendously. Look,
You don't have to tell me. I grew up
know,
here.
You're in the real
I'm
estate.
born and raised
business.
here. I know that.
You know exactly what's going on with
Yeah,
homes.
and I agree. And people blame us for it. It's not us. I want
No.
year-round housing here. I want people to be here.
I'd like to see young people in the park.
And I just also want to point out, when it comes to parking, there's not a single building on the mall that meets the parking requirement. So let's not act like variance after variance after variance after variance has been given to buildings in the C1 district for parking. And it becomes, at some point, the planning board should be revisiting the fact that a variance should be an exception, not the rule. When you have a variance being given out over and over again, it's time to look at your zoning requirements.
Well, I think that there's been some, I would say it's been misrepresented at times as to what the purpose and
agree.
the intent is.
I agree.
Okay? And
So-
we'll leave it at that.
And that's my only question and thought, that's all.
Mr. Becerra, with some of the updates that we just read, this is going to go back to the planning board anyway. I'm happy to hear what they would say in regards to the mall or just the mall.
I've heard the chairman's not very easy to work with.
We'll ask you to have a conversation with. But I'm happy to hear what the planning board says, and if they say just the mall, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and again, I've spoke my piece. Whatever council decides to do and move forward, that's my concern in opening up a new, hopefully viable workforce housing. But there may be unforeseen circumstances or things that happen, and I'd like to see that in a smaller scale rather than a larger scale, and then not be able to close the can of worms.
I don't disagree with you.
Okay, I'm gonna bring up, because I was the one that said, let's expand it to the entire C1. I actually didn't say that. I originally said it was too congested on the mall. I felt like if we're gonna do this as a trial experiment, then we look at the outside part of not just the mall district, we look at the C1 and we don't do the mall. If we're looking at it as a trial, there's more space out there. There's more areas for parking. We know parking's going to be an issue, I think, no matter what. It's an issue now, no matter what, in this city. But if we do it in the outside part of that mall, that was what I originally came in here saying as an experiment.
Okay.
And that's how it got expanded.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this ordinance?
Stacy Shan, 928 Columbia Avenue. So 2 things. So I guess the council's thinking if they put long-term housing above the mall is going to be cheap enough for people to come stay there that are working in Cape May. That's the thought? Because my point is I don't think it's going to be, the rent's not going to be that cheap for people to be able to come and live there versus living in North Cape May if they're going to be working in Cape May. They're just not going to be able to afford it. I don't think the people above the mall are going to say, oh, we're going to make it really inexpensive for these people to come live here. So I don't know if you're looking for workforce housing, I don't think what these people are going to charge is going to be feasible for these people to afford. My second point is, before, if you wanted to have something above the mall, you had to put money into the parking trust in order to have, if you didn't have parking, you had to pay for the parking, into the parking trust, like a parking spot you would have. And we're not requiring that now. I've been on the zoning board, and we've had people come before us, and they want to add on, and we've denied them because they did not have the space for the parking that was going to be required. We've also denied people that had restaurants and wanted to put on a boutique hotel above them, and we said no, because, again, they didn't have parking. Now, we're going to give this all to the mall people. They're going to have, not a boutique hotel, but basically they're going to have dual options for them that we are not allowing for the other parts of the town. How, as a zoning board member, am I going to say, oh, they can do it over here, but I'm sorry, you know, I know you're in the congested area, but you still have to have more parking than the people in the mall.
Well, Stacy, you'd have to go back to the master plan. So if this was such an issue of controversy, why was it passed in the master plan?
Well, don't get me started with the master plan,
Okay, but
how that was
my
passed.
point-
They didn't even allow enough time for people
Okay.
to talk about the master plan when they passed it.
All right.
It kind of got thrown in there without a proper debate on the master plan.
All I'm saying to you is, that is currently what is in the document, and all we're trying to do, one, we're trying to support that, and second of all, we're just trying to see if we can move this needle forward. This is not supposed to problem solve everything wrong in the city.
But, I mean, we have to look at it as a whole. There's a lot of things in that master plan that maybe we wouldn't go with, right? There's a lot of things that got thrown in there. First is, you know, making Lafayette Street one way and Washington Street one way that was supposed to be taken out, that didn't get taken out. So to say, oh, it's in the master plan, therefore we have to do it, it's the master plan, but there's also some tweaking that can go along with it, too.
And we're tweaking it. I think we are.
But are you tweaking it the right way? That's my concern, because you're also going to create issues in the other part of town if you're allowing them to do it in this one area that's already congested. We're already congested, already have parking problems. Matter of fact, you allow parking above the mall, parking above the mall, jeez. You allow housing above the mall, right, with these apartments. Are you taking away the parking spots that are supposed to be for the businesses? So now
aren't gonna
people go
park
to
in
these
needed
these
spots.
places up there, they're going to be like parking and going upstairs to their apartment or whatever, they're going to pay for it, that could be going to a store. So in the long term, are you going to be hurting the businesses because you're allowing,
And then that business would decide not to put apartments up there. I mean, it's all about free.
No, that's not for them. That's for the whole mall. If you have one place having apartment and the other one's not, are they going to be parking there, taking spots away from the other people? Because you already have
I
that
don't think people living there are going to be parking their cars there. They're not going to pay to park for hours on end. I can't even talk. Sorry. I mean, you know, if they're not going to park their car there at 7 o'clock in the morning and pay all day long to keep their car there.
I don't know, handicap parking
Well,
there's
it's just
you know.
like the supposition that we're going to have, the rent's going to be so high that people can't afford it.
Well, that's about that. That's the point, right? It's going to be high enough that people that might want to have a place there, right, and say, oh, I just want to come down in the summertime, I can be above the mall. They'll pay, maybe they have enough money to pay to park
Well,
there.
we're going to make them rent, if it's for a yearly rental, it won't be the situation.
Why could they rent for a year if they wanted to and have a place
they
year
have
round?
a lot of money.
You know. Hey, that's where the economics of Cape May has changed, but, yeah. Okay, thank
You just made my point. That's why we want workforce housing.
Yeah, yeah. Look, I'm just going to say this and get more, not in response to any specifics, but we as a community have to address affordable housing, and every single way to address it is not easy, or else it would have been done. Every single one of them is imperfect. Every single one of them is expensive. It could be potentially extremely expensive for the city. This puts the onus on the developers. But I don't think it's perfect. I think a lot of the questions that are asked are legitimate questions. But I think it's just the public needs to know how difficult it's getting to hire people. And I'm not even talking from businesses. I'm talking for the city. When it comes to police officers, and it comes to lifeguards, and it comes to people who work in City Hall, people are having to be further and further away from the city of Cape May. This one thing is not going to change that, but every community is going to have to look at different and unique ways of creating affordable housing. Again, looking at this, seeing that you have unused apartments on the second and third floor of these buildings, and also, again, realizing that this is preventing those from becoming weekly rentals, which I don't think should be overlooked. That's a big thing in this, is preventing those apartments from become more short-term rentals. That's just not what we need on the mall. So again, I'm just saying, look, it's not perfect, but we're going to have to really look at unique ways of providing affordable housing. Everyone knows the cost of real estate and the lack of real estate on our island at this point. With that, I've had a request that we take a 3-minute break. So I'm going to ask that we adjourn for 3 to 5 minutes. If everyone could do their thing, and we'll be back in a couple minutes. All right. All right, everybody, we're back in session. Solicitor, would you give us an update as to where we're at with this ordinance, please?
All right. I'm going to go over a few changes here. And then we can talk, maybe consider a motion. So the first change to this is all of the changes that were already included in the packet from the master plan, which were in the packet that was available to the public and available to council. So that will be baked into any motion. And that is just amending the name of the definition. It's not really changing anything substantively. Also, the city manager instead of the city clerk is going to be doing some noticing, but it's really not changing the content of this. So those would be, it's in the things that are in yellow. Anything that's in yellow is from the is in response to the planning board. So that would be the number one. Number two is the 3 additional preamble paragraphs that the mayor already read. I'm not going to read them again. And the next thing would be in the section 1, the new definition, would be the change from 90 days to a year as the durational limitation. The next change would be in section 2 regarding where and what this would cover. So instead of eliminating apartments above commercial uses, what we would do is eliminate it in all areas of the C1 district outside of the Washington Street Mall. So before we did one where it was just the Washington Street Mall within the C1 district, this latest amendment would just completely cover the areas outside of the mall, but still within the C1 district. So, and then the last part of this is in those areas that it would cover, the intent here is that any apartments that may be lawfully in use prior to the effective date of the ordinance, but not currently used as short-term rentals, may not then be converted to short-term rental after the effective date unless they receive some sort of use variance or related approval from the zoning board. In other words, there may be some apartments that exist out there that may be in use as owner occupancy or long-term rentals. We don't want a conversion upstream for those ones that fall outside that fall within this new area that you're delineating here. So aside from that, those are the changes. Everybody clear on that? And if adopted or if voted on as an amendment, it would have to be reintroduced, but really, I don't know if we're going to be able to do this by the end of the year, but ultimately, these changes would be sent back to the planning board, and they can review and discuss these and consider a review of these. But as part of that referral, I'm going to request, and how they handle this is up to them, it's their board, but I would request that the planning board consider, as they usually do, consistency with the master plan, and then any generalized comments separately, so that you may find that this is consistent with the master plan and still think that from a general policy standpoint, as a board member, that they might do something different. But it's usually 2 pieces of information coming out of the planning board. Is it consistent with the master plan? That's one narrow kind of inquiry looking at the objectives of the master plan, and then we may have some generalized comments, but I would ask them to bifurcate that vote so that we just consider the master plan issue first, and then any general comments or, do you like the form of this, or what do you do it differently, you can vote on that separately. But that's going to be explained in a referral email if council adopts these amendments and asks it to be sent over to them.
Chris, bear with me for a moment, just because there's a lot here, and it's, could you just clarify again the area that we are talking about for the workforce housing, long-term housing? What would be,
All areas of the C1 district except for the Washington Street Mall blocks. So in the prior ordinance, the blocks of the Washington Street Mall were picked out.
Councilwoman Baldwin, maybe you want to provide an explanation?
Can I actually, before we go there, let's hand it to the planning board and get their recommendation, one way or the other. That comes back to us to review, and we go from there.
Can I say, I mean, we've been here for almost 5 hours, and I think that any good, decisions, you're sitting down for 5 hours are not going to be made now. I really think that we need to take a step back. I think that maybe getting a few people on this, on our council, to sit down and really work on something, bring it back here. We know it's not going to be introduced now until at least the beginning of the year. I just hate to bounce things back and forth without really thinking through, what is really being affected by this. I don't know if we've even had that opportunity. I just think it might be a good idea if, I don't know, coming up with something. We originally talked about the mall area, then we're talking about the outside part of the mall, then we went and did the whole thing. Now we're looking, there's just so
But
many.
the only thing at this point that's changing, the only variable, is really that piece of it, correct? Everything else is...
Well, it's it's the year, it's,
Okay, well...
I'm trying to think. I was given this tonight, and I honestly didn't really have a chance to sit and digest it really too well. Probably right before we came in for our closed session. I don't know.
Could I ask a question on this change to it being only now outside of the Washington Street Mall? The intent, I believe, is that my office would not issue mercantile licenses, short-term rental mercantile licenses in the C1 district once this ordinance was effective, potentially. So now, if we are saying only outside of the mall, am I able to issue short-term rentals for the mall area?
It's really a question for council, but it really...
That's why I'm raising it.
We're really regulating potentially an overlay. We started out with just the Washington Street Mall, then the whole C1 district. Now we're doing basically a negative image of the C1 district, taking out the Washington Street Mall. That's what's on the table for discussion. But wherever that overlay is, I think the ultimate intent is if you establish workforce housing in those areas, if you didn't have short-term rentals before the effective date of the ordinance, really don't want new ones coming online, unless, of course, they go to a board.
Okay, we've discussed this for a while. I think we send it to the planning board, get their honest recommendations, and we move from their recommendations. And hey, we give them exactly that, is give us your recommendations. We had a commenter from the public say today that it was for one part of the mall only, or just one part of the C1 only, then fine, let's hear that from the planning board, and we move from there.
So council's agnostic, potentially for purposes of a vote, to send it back to the planning board as to if it's
Yes.
the whole thing or that, and then whatever the planning board's recommendation.
Yes.
Okay.
So do we have
Everything that I stated before, and including that last thing, can be a motion.
Did you include the parking, which
Okay,
is
so-
the handicap?
Well, I'm just going to state that if any workforce housing is not going to be eligible for an on-street parking permit.
Or a handicap parking?
Any type of on-street parking
okay.
permit.
That's fine by me. So do I have a motion
I'll make the motion.
to amend?
To amend.
To amend.
Motion to amend. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any questions or comments on the amendment? Roll call. Everything that was just...
Everything that I just went over, Mr. Roush.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Roll call.
Councilmember Meyer?
There must be a parking requirement. There must be a parking requirement added to this ordinance, so I'll give it a no vote.
Deputy Mayor McDade.
Yes.
Councilmember Bodnar.
Yes.
Councilmember Baldwin.
Yes.
Mayor Mullick.
Yes.
So are we then no. Are we reintroducing at this point and then sending it to the planning board?
Are we,
Technically, if we introduce it tonight, the planning board meets on, I think, twice.
25th
And
and then twice in December.
it's a question of whether we can adopt before.
yeah, we would technically bring this back December 16th.
But the problem is you don't know what you're going to introduce because you don't know what the planning board's going to say. So there's nothing to introduce tonight.
I agree.
You've just asked the planning
I
board
agree.
to relook at this
let's
in
hear
a
from the
broad
planning
brush, so.
So this is not
it's-
on the radar for
I don't,
No.
this year. We're going to send it to the planning board and wait for them to get back to us.
Yes.
And if it goes past the end of the year, it'll die, and then we come back and introduce whatever the outcome of that is after the new year, potentially. So the motion could be just to refer the amended ordinance to the planning board for their consideration.
Perfect. Okay.
It's a Christmas miracle.
Next.
Oh, I think we actually need to do that. Is somebody making that motion then? You amended it, and now the motion is
Motion to refer.
to refer to the planning board.
To defer to the planning board.
To defer to the planning board.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade?
Yes.
Councilmember Bodnar?
Yes.
Councilmember Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick.
Yes.
Okay. And my sincerest apologies, but we are going to have to revisit the salary ordinance. Ordinance 580-2025, council made one amendment to the deputy city manager title, but we did not amend the assistant municipal manager, which is also an equivalent title. So the recommendation is to make the salaries match. So the recommendation, if council would like to reopen ordinance 580, 2025, to lower the maximum salary to 125 to match the deputy city manager.
Do I have a motion to amend?
I will make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Questions or comments? Roll call?
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade?
Yes.
Councilmember Bodnar?
Yes.
Councilmember Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
Now
Motion on the amended?
reintroduce as amended.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade?
Yes.
Councilmember Bodnar?
Yes.
Councilmember Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
Thank you all. All right. Moving on to public portion on the resolutions only, Mayor.
Is anyone here wishing to speak on resolutions this evening?
Stacy Shan, 928 Columbia Avenue. My only comment is on Resolution 321, having to do with the pipe that broke it again on Queen Street. I happened to be walking by when it was broken, so it seems like it's in the same spot that it broke before, that we paid all this money to fix. Are they not fixing it properly that it got, now I know the reason was because the storm came, clogged the pipe up with the sand, and the pressure, was great, and it broke in that same spot. I think we got to put a procedure in place that the pipe is cleaned out so that it doesn't back up the sand to put the pressure on that pipe. I was walking down the street, it looked like a river, it was that much water. Thank heavens, one city water guy was going past on his way home from work, I guess, and was able to turn off the pump that was pumping the water out there. But that was my only comment, that instead of this pipe keep breaking, we got to put a procedure in place to prevent it from breaking again in the future.
So if I can comment on that. So it's not the same pipe. There's actually, from that pump station, there's actually two pipes that lead from that pump station, a 30-inch pipe and a 16-inch pipe. What had broke previously was the 30-inch pipe. This was a 16-inch pipe. The defect that broke, yes, the pressure built it up, but it was going to fail anyway because the ductile iron pipe had a weak spot in it that was corroding and would have broken at some point. The extra pressure just force it in. And but to go to the final point, I have instructed to make sure that, when we have storms like that, that they are to make sure to go out on the, at both of our pumping stations and make sure that the outlets are open so that it does not build up pressure. But this would have broke and failed in the future anyway, just because of the material failure that had happened. It wasn't like the pressure blew it out a joint and it was a pressure failure. This was a weak spot, a deterioration in the pipe that would have failed eventually.
Right, but literally, it's right in the same area.
And
I mean,
literally,
like
it was on but those pipes go right side by side.
Right, but I'm
The
just
other
saying,
one-
it wasn't even like it was higher up, or it was like right
just-
within like 3 feet of going left or right of
Purely
it.
coincidence, but it was the 30-inch pipe, not the 16-inch pipe
Right.
that broke last time.
Anyone else on resolutions this evening? Seeing none, we can close public comment on resolutions.
Council, anything to remove from the consent agenda this evening?
Anything to remove, council?
Could we please remove 323?
Yes.
322.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so do we have a motion to adopt the rest of the consent agenda?
Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade?
Yes.
Councilmember Bodnar?
Yes.
Councilmember Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
All right, so going back to 322-11, 2025, resolution of award of Harborview Park bid.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any questions or comments? Roll call?
Councilmember Meyer?
No.
Deputy Mayor McDade?
Yes.
Councilmember Bodnar?
Yes.
Councilmember Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
323-11, 2025, resolution establishing a 2026 commemorative beach tag for the city of Cape May.
I've asked that we table this just for further discussion. Do I have a motion to table?
I'll make that motion,
Do I
Mayor.
have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade?
Yes.
Councilmember Bodnar?
Yes.
Councilmember Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
And on the regular agenda, we have 327-11, 2025, a resolution authorizing group enrollment for all active employees and eligible pre-65 city retirees into the AmeriHealth 15 Group Health Insurance Plan and Prescription Drug Coverage Plan.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments, council? Roll call?
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade?
Yes.
Councilmember Bodnar?
Yes.
Councilmember Baldwin?
Yes.
Mayor Mullick?
Yes.
On to new business, council?
City solicitor, any new business?
Nothing tonight.
City manager?
Nothing.
City clerk?
Very briefly, the rest of the week is the League of Municipalities Conference in Atlantic City, so there will be a number of city employees who are up the road and not, so if you can't get a hold of somebody, there's going to be, limited staffing the next few days. Also, city offices are closed, obviously, next Thursday and Friday for the Thanksgiving holiday. And that's it, council.
Okay, council members, Councilwoman Baldwin,
Nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilman Bodnar,
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing tonight.
Deputy Mayor,
Nothing tonight, sir.
Councilman Meyer?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to point out to the public that even though I do have a vote here, the vote's not always of my personal opinion. I want to thank the people in the public, whether they're here or not, for reaching out to me and expressing their feelings about certain things, and I happen to agree with those people.
Thank you. I just want to say one last thing on this affordable housing issue, not that we haven't spoken about it enough. The only thing I feel compelled to say is the last thing we want to see on the mall is short-term rentals. And I think a failure of any type of ordinance preventing that is likely going to cause short-term rentals on the mall. So I'm saying that now so that when people celebrate that this may not happen and there's short-term rentals on the mall, just remember that I said this. That's all I'm saying. Thank you. Anyone else? Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Have a wonderful evening. With that, we open it up for public comment.
Stacy Sheehan, 928 Columbia Avenue. one thing, this is for the solicitor, what's going on with Locale? I've had a lot of people ask me what's going on with the legal process. I know we won a couple of those court battles with Locale, trying to get them to comply. Oh,
The legal process is ongoing. It's in the appellate division right now, and it's going to be argued in December.
my second question has to do with the West Cape May Bridge that's going from West Cape May to Cape May. I'm seeing a lot of things on social media saying it's going to be a pedestrian bridge, and why I say that in quotes is the whole idea was going to be bikes. You can't have bikes and pedestrians together unless you're going to make it a lot wider, because the whole idea is somebody's going to be on a bike coming over that, and somebody's going to be walking their dog, and there's going to be accidents if we're opening it up to bicycles and people if the bridge is not made wide enough. So just keep that in mind. Is it going to be a bike bridge or a pedestrian bridge? Because even in the summertime, when it comes to the boardwalk, we do not allow bikes after a certain time because it does get dangerous. That's it.
I hesitate to come up, but my name is Peter Garcia, and my wife and I have owned 705 Kearney Avenue for since 1983. And I'm here today, and I will take less than 5 minutes, I promise, because of my concern for what will become of the memorial benches that have graced our promenade for many years. Virtually all of them are sturdy and should not be trashed. I would like to suggest that some of them be designated as, quote, chatty benches and be placed in various locations in our beautiful town. The term chatty benches can simply and easily be searched, and I think most people would find the subject most interesting to read about. I've seen that many cities and towns and universities in our country and around the world have implemented the idea. Essentially, it incorporates the idea that if I'm sitting on this bench, I'm willing to talk to you. It is supposed to be a good mental health practice and cut down on isolation and loneliness. That where this practice is implemented, and it might even be a tourist attraction. I would also like to propose the idea that since it seems Cape May will have a surplus of benches, that the city consider arranging 4 of them in a square, possibly a place like Lafayette Park, where people could come and have meetings. You know, obviously everybody in this room could sit around that square and be outdoors, weather permitting, and consider that it could be so-called like a chatty square, basically. The one last point I want to make, thank you for your attention and for all you do to make this town livable and a wonderful place to visit. Tonight is Exhibit A of your dedication, and thank you very much.
Mr. Garcia, I think, obviously, you've mentioned the chatty bench before.
A long time ago.
Yeah, and it's a great idea, and as well as sort of the, but I think the intention with the promenade benches, they're either being picked up by people who do own them, we are replacing benches up there, or other people are signing up. Those benches, I don't think we want to put back into purpose because of the integrity, the structural integrity of them.
They all look very sturdy.
Well, there's
It's hard. I find it hard to believe that structural integrity is a problem.
Well, that's been verified by the city manager and
Yeah.
Mr. Brzezinski from Public Works. But what I was going to say is we could take a look and see if we have a bench, say at the community center, that currently is not memorialized or, ownership, and maybe designate that on there. So I'll take a look at it, and I'll reach out to you.
Great.
And
I
let
mean,
you know what we come up with.
I just wanted to, since I stuck it out, I wanted to present these
Yeah.
ideas and,
The idea is
Thank you.
terrific, but I think we could find one other existing that might be in a little bit better shape.
are all the benches going to be trashed?
No, not all of them. Many of them are
I
being
mean,
picked up.
but the ones that people are not taking back, and the plaques, what happens to the plaques?
The plaques are made available to them if they want the plaque.
Yeah, because all those plaques were just charming to pass and look at.
Yeah, we've
all
contacted
these years.
everybody, yeah.
And it's a
So.
shame that they're going to be
They're,
gone.
well, they're all going to be replaced. All the plaques, all the benches, for anyone who wants to sign up for the new program.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I'm
You're
sorry to have to come up here at the end.
Thank you. Anyone else this evening? Seeing none, we'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful evening, and again, a happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Thank you.
Time is 8:25.